Okay, so this is my reading, commentary, and reflection on the Proverbs. I'm in chapter 24. Last episode I finished up with verse 12. Verse 11 and 12 were sort of this combo verse. And in summary, what we were thinking about, it's kind of difficult to summarize these sorts of things, especially when you go off out into the woods and you're out there exploring for a while. But verse 11 and 12 was a prompting to consider our role, not only the obligation that we have to ourselves, but also the obligation that we have to others, in understanding what it means when we put a behavior or an action out there into the world, or even thoughts, what the consequence of those thoughts or behaviors are, specifically in the context of the thoughts that lead to absence, that lead to an ending, that lead to death, that lead to the type of thinking of self-sacrifice. And it's not just self-sacrifice, but it's a particular type in verse 11. Those that are ready to be slain. I suppose one can interpret this a number of ways, but generally, as I took it, it was in combination with, I'll just read the verse, if you forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain. So this drawing unto death is this drawing into absence of mind, premature death of the body. And so there's that reflection. Of course, the forbearing is the prompting to consider our role in facilitating an experience or a mind that is towards life, towards that goodness, towards the light, if you will. Verse 12, if you say, behold, we knew it not, does not he that ponders the heart consider it? This statement is asking us, especially in the context since we've gone through all of these verses so far, and now we're here in chapter 24, we have done a lot of considering of the heart. And of the consideration of the heart, what we are considering fundamentally is our experience, our base level experience, how we interface with the world, how we interface with reality. And of course, if we consider this sort of thing, we consider many forms of expression, many feelings, many desires, both of their accuracy to our goals and to the situational or the context of a situation. And in considering all of this, it's impossible not to hit the big milestones or the big ticket items. Death would be one of them. Being drawn unto death, being drawn to the absence, considering evil, considering the wicked and the foolish. Just within this chapter, there has been plenty of those considerations. And then we were prompted to consider outside of ourselves the higher order integration of components into an agent that is more than the human experience. The all-knowing agent, let's say, we're talking about God. And considering the mind of man as it may present itself in an unfortunate way, again, being drawn unto death. And considering what it might mean for some unified agent to value and to have goodness built into that system for which we are component parts with a degree of will and agency of our own. Okay, so that's sort of a recap. I'm not really sure how good of a recap that is. But it's time to move to verse 13. My son, eat you honey, because it is good, and the honeycomb, which is sweet to your taste. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be unto your soul. When you have found it, then there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. So again, another two-part verse here. We know this by the colon. We know this by the incompleteness with verse 13 in and of itself. The verse can be interpreted as a standalone, but of course 14 completes it. So much like 11 and 12, we're going to approach it in the same manner. So this image of honey, this is something that we have seen before. We've seen it in terms of the tempting woman very early on in the Proverbs. Now, early on in the Proverbs, when we encountered this with the woman, see if I can find it quickly here. So it is in chapter 5, verse 3, For the lips of a strange woman drop as an honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. So the only reason I bring this up, because it's one of the repeat instances where we have that symbol of the honeycomb. Additionally, the context in which we are considering this honeycomb is different. Instead of a tempting woman that is wishing to separate us from the whole, or from the stability and the light of mind, we are considering this honey as it can be in a different light, in the context of sweetness, of pleasantness, something perhaps that is desired. So, beginning with the first part of this verse, my son, eat you honey because it is good. Now, it is possible that the verse is suggesting to us to eat honey in the physical sense because it tastes good. Now, I don't think that really offers us much of anything by the way of wisdom or by the way of knowledge or understanding. So I think that there's a little bit more that we can unpack with regard to the honey. Now, since this is a two-part verse, I'm going to be considering it in that context. Even if we didn't have verse 14 that followed this up, it would seem that honey represents something that, obviously something that is found in nature, but that's something that's readily identifiable, something that is readily pleasant to the taste. It's pleasant to the consuming, and it's immediately so. It is not something that takes time. It is not something that needs necessarily unpacking, maybe out of the honeycomb, but all the same, it is something that's easily identifiable. And once it's identifiable, it is understood that its consumption will bring us some satisfaction and enjoyment. Now, I don't think that this verse is trying to say that we should be eating things that are sweet all of the time to destroy our physical health. What it is pointing to is the type of experience that the heart affords us, where it grasps onto something quickly because it knows it to be good. It knows it to be almost innately pleasing. Now, of the heart, many times in the Proverbs, as well as in reflection, we have come to the understanding that the heart is not an exact organ. It is an aspect of mind, the foundation of our seat, the foundation or the seat of our desires and our feelings that can be misleading. It can tempt us into a false understanding or false knowing. And I think that of things that, like heroin, for example, that are immediately pleasing, the verse it has to necessarily make the distinction between substances that are good but bad for us overall versus substances that make us feel good but are good for us. And I think of the aspect of heart that we are considering, that which satisfies and also that which is good for us, the honey is that sort of good. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be to your soul. So again, we have to be a little careful, because there is the situation in which things that are pleasing to our desires are actually bad for us or have a negative effect on us in the long run. So we are considering that this honey is not that way, that it benefits us, that wisdom and knowing, understanding, is the type of sweetness that satisfies and facilitates. It is a particular type of abundance, a type of richness of mind and of experience, of understanding, of visualization, of projection. And moreover from that, I would say that it is accurate, it is truthful, this representation or this projection. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be to your soul. So what can we say of the knowledge of wisdom? I spent some time earlier in this chapter talking about some big, large terms. We were introduced initially to the term wisdom in verse 3. We moved to understanding, and then after that we moved to knowledge. Now, I think that there are many different ways that one can go about defining these terms. I do think that they have a degree of independent meaning, but they are all interrelated. Wisdom is that one foundational term, in my opinion, that encapsulates knowledge and understanding. But within this word knowledge, I Googled a few things and just sort of curious what it would come up with in terms of knowledge, and there was an interesting breakdown of different types of knowing, the perspective, the experiential. Of the experiential, we can call this posteriori knowledge, or after experience knowledge after experience. We can think of knowledge a priori, which is knowledge that has come to prior to experience, but through reason and through logic. We could think of knowledge implicitly, like some skill that might be quite complex. A person may have difficulty explaining exactly what they're doing if they haven't been involved in teaching a skill, for example, but a skill can become second nature. Riding a bike, I think, is as much like that. Or in the more complicated situations, perhaps a surgeon that is performing a procedure. Along with that, I think I mentioned already that procedural knowing. I think that this can be related to implicit understanding and knowing, but perhaps not necessarily so. One can understand procedure and go through procedure without really having this second nature implicit knowledge. So I say all of that not to be definitive, but just to say that there's a lot of different ways in which what we call knowing or knowledge represents itself. And every time I encounter this word, I go on this journey of trying to find the fundamentals. What makes it up? What do all of these different aspects have in common that make it knowing? And I think that if I had to put knowing into words once again, but perhaps differently than I've done so before, I would say that it involves information that is held by the individual, and this information is something that can be called upon in different ways. Because when I say called upon, my mind immediately goes towards something that can be sort of explicitly drawn up, like a memory, a strong memory, for example. But in the case of an implicit skill, it isn't necessarily this way. It's performative. It's in the act of doing, and not necessarily the reflective part of knowing. And so there is something about information that is stored within the mind. Now, the way in which it manifests, the way in which it finds its way into the world, I think can be multivariate. And by that we can say that we encompass or have different ways of knowing. But for a moment, I would like to consider and to continue with the thought of grasping or holding something. Now, this may be a bit redundant, but I'd like to go through the exercise nonetheless. In my hands right now, I'm holding this sort of microfiber cloth to clean my glasses. Now, as simple as it is, and as common as it is to hold something or to grasp something, I find often that the simple physical analogies often work quite well to stimulate some thought in terms of the broader conscious mind sphere, the heavenly domain, perhaps the heavenly dimension. Because as I grasp this cloth, it's different for my hand to grasp it than my mind to grasp it. Now, there's a degree of relatedness here, obviously, because I'm looking at it under my reading light. I am running my thumb over the smoothness of its surface. I'm looking at the letters and its color. This object will be, especially now that I'm paying a lot of attention to it, will be imprinted into my mind and in my memory. And in fact, I think about other times that I've interacted with this cloth, and there have been many a times where I've been frustrated because I could not find it, and yet all the same, magically it seems to appear out of nowhere, and I continue to clean my glasses with it. That there is some understanding that I know where it is. It's certainly in my room somewhere. But almost implicitly, I leave it in the same place every time. Not all the time, unfortunately. But all the same, as I consider this object, as I take in all of the information, the sensory cues, along with the sensory cues involving the tactile, the proprioceptive, visual, everything that orients me to this object, that I have the capacity to orient myself, to take in that that information through the various organs that I possess. I wonder about its imprinting in my mind. And I wonder so in a material case, but I also wonder in the more conceptual space, where it's not necessary to go down to the nitty-gritty bits and pieces of what aspects of the brain is active during what type of stimulation, etc., etc. And no doubt I believe that we can have some material explanation of why or of how the various impulses by which I am able to detect this object reach my mind. And while we may be less effective at understanding exactly how this organizes into something like a functional memory, or how it relates to my integrated self, perhaps there are people out there that may be able to explain it. I don't think it really matters. From a basic conceptual standpoint, I think what we need to understand, or at least take away in a paralleled fashion, that if I put this cloth down and I ask myself, okay, just in the manner as when I took up the cloth and I observed, inspected its surfaces through all of the sense apparatuses that I have at my disposal, in what way does the mind do this? In what way am I afforded an extension of the material world by not just the basic physical object, but by many different objects that form different patterns, different ways of interpreting events? Because although this cloth is quite simple, it is obviously something that is also quite manufactured. It has been brought up from some more fundamental material circumstance, natural material circumstance, and produced into something that is practical for the purpose of cleaning my glasses. But if we zoom out a little bit and we imagine the complexity that life has to offer, especially in the domain of human interaction, there are, or at least it seems to me to be, layers of abstraction, layers or levels of orientation, perhaps we could say organization, by which we identify different experiences, how different experiences are organized within the mind. Now, the basic observation of this cloth does not necessarily extend to something more complicated, like some goal-directed end. Let's say something quite large that involves observation and interaction with many different objects to meet certain ends. Let's say going to college and getting a degree. That experience is much different than observing the cloth in front of me. It involves many material things. It involves many interactions with different people. It involves heavily conceptual, abstract thought. It involves testing the mind and its ability to grasp concepts. And it does so in an interesting way that is beyond the physical domain, so that it could be reapplied to that physical domain. Now, when I say this, there's some level in which this is not separated at all from the material world, and I think I'm perhaps doing a disservice by attempting to separate the two at all. I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a materialist in saying this, but I also wouldn't necessarily wish to admit that the material world that we find ourselves in is meant to be limiting, and that there is something that is just immaterial that we choose to connect ourselves to. This materialist versus spiritual argument has become an increasing days and years difficult for me to understand, and that it would seem to me that there is a continuity between the two. There must be, because as man experiences the world and reality, this substructure, by which we term physical, is something that affords us with the broader thought, let's say, upon which the more fundamental elements aren't necessarily considered, but they are necessary to facilitate that experience. But of a philosophical thought, of the idea of grasping something conceptually within the mind, it is not as though I am reaching my hand out and grasping the cloth. It could be said that my neurons are doing something similar and discharging in particular ways to produce images that represent something like this. But the point here, the reflection here, I should say, is that these processes, the interfaces, the interactions, seem to myself and seemingly all of man to be so different that we have the categories of mental and of physical, and that of grasping in the physical world and the physical term involves the movement, the disturbance of objects in the environment, and within the mind it is what many probably would say purely intellectual, again, mental, abstract, conceptual, based in thought. But thought is also a form of grasping. It is a way in which we reach, we take in information that is, and we build upon the information that was of simpler levels. Or we can take something that's quite abstract and break it down to more simple, actionable, observable, testable conditions. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be unto your soul. The last thing that I would want to say is, moving back into this idea of grasping, I've tried to give a few ideas of what the grasping of mind might be like in absence of some strong material explanation, which I think if I reached the end of that material explanation, I probably would be left a bit longing, and I would need more symbolic terms to fill in some of those gaps, to fill in that projection. So in an attempt to fill in the cavities, mental grasping, I would like to reiterate the point that this mental grasping is of a similar kind as the physical grasping, as I explained with grasping the cloth, but it exists at a level that is higher. Now, what do I mean by a higher level? Now, I think that this is where wisdom comes in. It is the recognition of these different levels. I think the recognition of levels has to do with an agent that is perceiving. It has to do with a subject that is interacting with the world at a particular rung. We can imagine that a human being, or a being that is similar to a human being, let's say, but has a bunch of different or added sensory components, such that their interaction with the environment was much more sophisticated. The amount of information that they could take in is greater. The types of information that they take in from the environment is greater. The degree of synthesis is greater. The recognition of patterns is greater. A being like this, a superhuman type of being, I think would interface with reality at a higher level. And I think that the difference here has to do with the organization of that information within the network, of different bits of information that are related to other bits of information. And so this is the domain of wisdom. It is the recognition that this map, or this network, and the relatedness between bits of information and levels of information exists. That is a complex structure. I think it takes time to design the image in the mind, but I've often conceptualized it as a layered spider web, that there's a lot of different interconnected points, but the interconnected points don't exist on a horizontal. There's a vertical element to it. And we don't necessarily have to stop there. We can consider what we generally understand about dimensions. And by dimension, I mean that it is some fundamental aspect of the physical universe, or of information, because that term physical, I have to wonder about it, but of all that is, I will say, the fundamental aspect of that, which determines that structure and behavior of that which is. And so for man, I think we're a bit limited. Again, it's because of our interface, but we have recognized the spatial dimension and the three dimensions classically under that domain: length, width, and height. All of those things producing three dimensions in and of themselves. The fourth dimension being time, combined with the other three spatial dimensions. And then in the theoretical and layered understanding that is beyond our perception, dimensions beyond the fourth, the fifth, and beyond, at small scales, making up the fundamental forces of reality, or of our experience. Or rather, I should say that these dimensions unify the forces that make up our natural world. So I think wisdom is within this domain. Again, it is the recognition of the different layers. And knowledge is the grasping, it is the holding. And so we can see how broad wisdom is, but also how fundamental knowing is. Because knowing is necessary to grasp at the concept of the levels. But then the concepts of the levels and the interaction, the understanding of how these are related, and how we can participate in their relatedness, bring things about to be more related or less related, depending on our goals, and our conceptions of what is good and just. All of this goes into wisdom. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be unto your soul. Again, it is something that is sweet as honey. It is as the honeycomb, sweet to the taste. When you have found it, then there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. Alright, so I do not hesitate to say that today is a new day. Today is a holiday. And I should say to myself, but also to any unfortunate soul that happens to stumble upon this recording buried in some obscure corner of the internet, that I have had a few drinks tonight. Now, it's nothing excessive, but it's enough, I think, to put my mind in a particular state. What state that is, I guess we'll come to find that out. But nonetheless, it will take me some time to get up to speed here. So, of verse 14, when you have found it, then there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. And now I recognize that I had ended the last recording with that. This business of knowledge and wisdom is, no matter how many times I go over it, how many times I pave that surface, it seems as though there is more to uncover. There seems to be uncertainty about the definitions. Not in totality, but at least on approach. They're such broad and big, meaningful terms that it intimidates me, I think, to a degree. So by it, of course, we are talking about the word wisdom. And I think it's worthwhile to reflect on what is being exposed here, or illustrated, illuminated. When you have found it, then there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. Now, I think it's important here to stay humble and to consider that the reward that we are expected to receive is not as something that is gratifying as eating a piece of chocolate. Now, I understand that the verse prior is talking about something as sweet as honey, and I think that perhaps there's an element of that that's involved with this, but it's not as though every second that we experience or understand wisdom do we take in this chocolate or this honey. It takes me some time to get warmed up, just as my body takes time to get warmed up to do anything particularly exertional from a physical standpoint. And so what I mean in perhaps more detail or in a different way by staying humble is that when we find something, much like when we find, I'm sort of thinking when I was younger and playing hide and go seek, and that exhilaration that one feels when one finds the other player of the game, or perhaps when one finds a solution to a problem, when one finds an important piece of the puzzle, perhaps an important sacrifice or a piece that is integrated throughout the day, in which a person's mind can be put at ease or put at rest, or is able to tolerate the turbulence that is necessary in order for the mind to be put at rest later, to be ramped up to be able to tolerate the responsibilities of life. there's also all sorts of different areas, I think, that we can identify this finding of wisdom. And the mind, at least in my experience, is often this chaotic sort of thing. Not chaotic in totality, but it is something that is running quite often, and it is not something that easily comes to rest. It desires rest, surely. I think it brings itself to exhaustion by its being, by the way it interfaces with the world. For whatever reason, I think it has existential anxieties that are just sort of inherent to the system. I think largely it's based on certain experiences, but that's neither here nor there. The point that I'm trying to describe here is that these moments, the moments of finding it when you have found it, the reward is not, perhaps, although it may present itself this way, as something immediate. We can consider it an immediate thing, but we should not rest our faith in the immediate, because the immediate is superficial, I think. What we are after is the long term. The long term is more commitment-based. It is something that we have to sacrifice for. It is something that we have to be diligent in order to achieve. Now, I wouldn't be so quick to say that it is necessary that we commit ourselves to suffering, although suffering is an element, much like the immediate gratification is an element. We should not get caught up, I think, in these two pieces of the whole, but rather it is the general commitment, even though that there is exhaustion, especially in the beginning of an endeavor. It is the general commitment that we have towards understanding components and the relatedness, how things are related to other things, and how we ought to position ourselves relative to another, such that we not only maximize our own potential, but maximize the network around us. Because as the network achieves and prospers, we prosper. And I want to reiterate that it is not necessarily the self that we are always concerned about propping up here, although it is a vital element, a vital component. We must almost equally, I think, consider the other pieces of the puzzle. And I would venture to say that if we adequately consider another individual, perhaps that is in this network, and we facilitate their attention appropriately, and we are geared towards solving a problem appropriately, both the individual and ourselves will mutually benefit. And in this way, finding it is not necessarily an ending, although finding it is quite illustrative of an ending. For me, the beauty is in the procedure. It is in the process, the way in which we come to find it. The process of finding, if you will. Then there shall be a reward. I suppose we can ask the question, well, what is the reward? Part of it I have already described and given my opinion. But I have noticed that there are certain moments in life in which I am afforded a unique opportunity to sit back and to just feel, and to feel relaxed in what I have done. And the more that I have engaged in a productive behavior, the more I am able to sit back and enjoy the fruits of that labor. Now, the labor, I think, is definitely the hard part. And I don't just necessarily mean the going through the motions type of obligation. I mean the type of obligation for which our attention is necessarily strained and put to the test. In my experience, it has been dangerous, because I'm a rather sensitive individual, I think, my sensitivity gets in the way. My attention is often weak, and it requires discipline. It requires a lot of self-correction, a lot of failure to understand where I must properly portion my attention. So the reward. Now perhaps this is a bit of, I was thinking about this earlier today, this word hyperbole. A word meaning extravagant exaggeration. And to add to that, mental self-gratification. And I wonder how much of that I engage in when I am doing my reflection and my observations on the Proverbs. I'd have to imagine that there's a bit of it. I mean, this is quite a cathartic endeavor for me. But all the same, I have to imagine that there is this element of hyperbole involved. Although I wish not to admit it. The reason that I bring this up is because the reward, now there's a few different ways I can go here. The reward that I receive, I believe at least, is given to me when I am not in this hyperbolic state. I'm not exaggerating my self-worth. I'm not putting forth something that is unnecessarily strained or something that is superficial or vain. It is authentic. When this authenticity emerges, when I feel that I am adequately within some flow state, then I feel that this reward comes to me. Now, of course, deception can find itself within our hearts at every layer and every level, unfortunately. And so we have to be aware of when this creeps in. Even now I'm considering of this reward, and I'm thinking of self-deception. But as I've mentioned, I think that the reward is as much in the experience as it is in the ending. That one, upon the cessation of some particularly elevated, attentive pursuit, one feels that they are at peace because they have exerted themselves just for the sake of exertion. But of course the fundamentals, the important part, is done within the exertion. It is that purposeful and attentive pursuit that brings us the reward. And so I say that to say that although this may be some extravagant exaggeration, at least I hope it isn't, but what I participate in here, in the attempt to find something more and to find something greater, to find an aspect of wisdom that is something that I can implement in my life. Today I mentioned is a holiday, tomorrow is the first day of work. The reason that I do this is to have this stay with me tomorrow. That there is something about what I'm talking about, what I'm thinking about, what I'm reflecting about, that will be useful, that it will be something that can enhance my interpersonal communication. Not just for the sake of myself, of course, but for the sake of others, and for the sake of their being, for the sake of the way in which they express themselves to the world. I wish that I can be some guiding light towards something better. And perhaps it's not something that I know to be better, but it is something that we mutually discovered together. And I think that there is an aspect of wisdom that's wound up in that, because it is, after all, the relatedness between individuals. It is that bond, that binding force that that allows for something more in the context of man's perception, in the context of man's, I don't want to say necessarily opinion, but I think it does boil down to a degree to his opinion. His relationship, perhaps I should say. When you have found it, there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. Now, I think that there's a very important point that is wound up within the word expectation. And so we necessarily must ask, well, what does this word expectation mean? What does it mean to expect something? Now, I may be going out on a limb here, but of all of life, of all of experience, at least of my own, there is an expectation. I may try to drown it out through whatever activity that I wish to silence the voice that's too loud in illustrating the standard for which I know that I am not meeting. Expectation. There is an internal drive, I think, that all of us have, some more than others, but it is something that can be trained within the most untrained, just as a physically unfit person can find themselves in quite good shape. There's a lot to do with the base components of man's reality, whether it be his physical body or of his mind. There can be a lot done, even if we may not amount to or compare to some of the intellectual titans. It doesn't give us, it should not be an excuse for us not to put that foot forward and really try to drive hard into the mind and into the body and achieve and to grow and to build and to be satisfied. To come to expect something that is greater than what we have been accustomed to. And to keep ourselves honest, humble, in the face of that which would otherwise tempt us to expect things that inflate our ego, rather than to come to expect things that facilitate a more enlightened experience. And I make the distinction between an enlightened experience and a superficial or a material prosperity, because I think that within the material, we get lost in the material for the material's sake, and not for the purpose that the material or the object represents. And within that purpose, there is this layer or strata of material. And to some, I think that the layer or the strata, what is more costly from a dollars and cents standpoint, is more valuable, but it is not always the case. Something as cheap as a Bible, let's say $50 to $100, maybe a couple $100 for a really good leather-bound Bible. This doesn't compare, of course, in any way in a dollar and cents amount to that of a gold necklace, for example. But it pays its weight in value in sort of conceptual or mental gold, if you will, in terms of its capacity to bring us to some greater and more fulfilled life. It is a type of expectation that is, again, I want to use the word filled or full. It is something that just feels right instead of something that is just instead of something that is just fleeting, again, vain, temporary. When you have found it, then there shall be a reward, and your expectation shall not be cut off. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about this word expectation. What would it mean then for an expectation to be cut off? Well, I think fundamentally for an expectation, which is something of a belief that something will happen or something will come about in the future, some presupposition. If this belief does not come to be, then it is probably the case that this belief or this expectation is not in alignment with reality. It is not in alignment with the truth. Now, I want to make a bit of a caveat here and say that of the truth and of reality, these are terms I think that can be used as placeholders, and sometimes they can be a bit vacuous in their meaning unless they are considered in the moment. By reality and by truth, I mean a few things. I mean, of that which we, in a general cultural sense, come to understand as reality or truth, that has some physical basis for which we can observe and test. But it's more than just that, I would say. Because expectations often find themselves within the domain of mind, which may have their physical underpinnings, sure, but we have to remember that the mind and of man's experience, that he exists at a particular level. And despite the intelligence and the quickness of his intellect, he will always exist within certain parameters, bound within certain restraints. And so, as such, he interfaces with the world and with other people and other things, other animals, at a particular level, at a particular interface. The exceptional ones find themselves so outside of the average human experience that they seem to be almost inhuman, but also they tend to be the exalted ones, exalted individuals. Now, all of that is to say that this expectation, if it is in accordant with reality, it is in accordant with not just that which we can understand, but it's in accordant with that which is. Because I think there's a lot about that which is that is separate from our current understanding. And I think we can project and we can understand quite a lot, but it will always be imperfect to a degree. Now, that statement I should caveat by saying that just because our perception and our experience may be imperfect doesn't mean that we can't come to some pretty good conclusions or make some pretty good headway in a scientific and technological sense. So to reiterate, to cut something off, I imagine that if I was going to cut off a piece of this wire from my headphones to the microphone, then I would no longer be able to hear my voice entering the headphones. And it would be quite, maybe not quite difficult, but it would be difficult, I think, to continue the recording unless I took my headphones off. In a like manner, if I had cut the cord between my beliefs and that which is, it would be quite difficult to maintain those expectations or beliefs. They necessarily must be changed in order for the reward, I think, to take place. Lay not wait, O wicked man, against the dwelling of the righteous. Spoil not his resting place. For a just man falls 7 times and rises up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief. So here we have another 2-part, or 2-verse part. I could say verse 15 and verse 16. So beginning with verse 15, lay not wait, O wicked man, against the dwelling of the righteous. Spoil not his resting place. So every time I encounter one of these verses, I think it's good to recognize that the second half of the verse is going to have some impact on the first, if that's not obvious already. Secondly, it may be useful to start with the second verse and then go back to the first. And also by interpreting the first, there may be elements in which I may be misled because there is a continuation of the verse. But nonetheless, I think it is a useful thought experiment to go through the first part of a two-part verse and really try to extend it as far as it may go. And so I'm going to do that with verse 15. Lay not wait, O wicked man, against the dwelling of the righteous. I'm going to begin there. So lay not wait. In my mind I have this image of somebody that is in suspense, that is waiting to pounce, like a robber. Somebody that is wishing to mug somebody is hiding behind an object, some bush somewhere. A person is walking down the sidewalk, it is dark, and they leap out from behind it. This is what I think of when I think of lay not wait. The verse, of course, speaking to the robbers, saying, don't waste your time, O wicked man, against the dwelling of the righteous. Okay, so let's consider this dwelling. Lay not wait against the dwelling of the righteous. It's not necessarily exactly the image that I had decided upon. For the dwelling of the righteous, I suppose, could be considered a person walking down the street, but it seems that we are prompted to consider something that is more concrete. A dwelling is more than an in-motion type of experience or phenomena. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds in terms of that type of characterization, but the dwelling is something that is an image that there's something more important, I think, to get out of it. When I think of a dwelling, I think of a home, I think of a house. I think of where I am now, in my room. It is 9:16 p.m. and there's a particular type of mood that I'm in late at night. This room takes on a whole new atmosphere and environment. It is truly what I consider in my mind to be a dwelling. This is where I am to think. This is where I am to be, to reflect, and to try to be the best part of myself that I can to prepare for the day ahead. And so this dwelling, much like earlier in this chapter when I was talking about the house, where the house is not just elements of the physical, but it is something of a broader projection that includes the home element, that element of the axialization of the hearth, in which the home is sort of representative of the hearth, that fireplace that sits around which the family articulates and communicates with one another, establishes firm bonds, and good experiences. So at this point it's necessary to conceptualize what the wicked's role in this might be. But of course, if we exist within a home, if I exist now within a room, a particular room in the house, and I am currently engaged in this dwelling, what does it mean, for example, if I were to open my blinds and to find a wicked person on the other side, laying in wait? It's easy, I think, to think of the person that lies on the other side, that this person wants to rob the dwelling. They want some material gain. In the more perverse sense, they would want destruction for the sake of destruction, perhaps to murder me, because they wish to see life end, more specifically human life. Now, it's been some time since I've discussed the etymology of the word wicked. I've been using a definition that I've come to through reading the Proverbs, and the wicked, although the person that is considered to be wicked shares elements of evil and of the fool, they are not necessarily the same sort of thing. The wicked is a type of person that is inherently selfish, that perhaps gets lost within the walls of the self, that they are blinded by their own selfish delusion, by their own self-worth. And because of this, they think about things in terms of themselves. And although that I think plenty of us these days do it, I perhaps do it more than I ought. But there are ways in which this relationship to the self causes us to miss the bigger patterns, perhaps, that life has to offer us. Now, before I really get into this, I want to discuss the etymology. Now, the word wicked originates from the Old English word wicca, which meant witch. Now, of course, there's a feminine version, W-I-C-C-E, derived from the verb wiccian, meaning to practice witchcraft, which doesn't really help us in terms of our definition. Another Old English form of the word wicked is Wiccan, meaning to give way or to yield. That eventually evolved into the meaning of morally weak or evil. Now, I think that this is a more appropriate definition, or at least starting point for the definition, because to give way or to yield makes a whole lot of sense to me. But we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is being yielded? What are we yielding to within this broad mental landscape? And I think the answer to this question, it's somewhat difficult, but if we start from the idea that in the case of somebody that has gone over the boundary, they have made the transgression into wickedness, they are now suffering a delusion. They are suffering that auto-actualization, the revolving around the self, for which they attribute value so highly to the self that it occupies the central position of authority of the universe, both within and without themselves. And because of this, their experience and their view of the world changes. What they have yielded to was the influence of the divine outside of the individual. And I think that there's a bit of divine found everywhere, especially within the heart of man. There is this, especially as we consider it to be, this degree of self-awareness that we have and the perception of agency that we have. It seems that we are a part of something that is much greater, and this conceptualization of that which is greater and unifying, of course, is something that is outside of us. Even if we choose to not believe in some grand unified being that is responsible for transmitting the principle of intelligibility, we can still appreciate those forces that emerge through our collective action, and the forces that our own individual selves emerge from more fundamental actions by cells doing things that we cannot control. There are plenty of things that we do not control that bring the self to be. And so, what we are yielding to is a belief, perhaps an opinion, that everything that is without us, everything that is transformative and contributing to our being, we deny it and we say that no, my being is paramount. I don't care about that which brings it to be. I don't care about that which I participate in that brings something to be. My own individuality is paramount. And although the Western person values individuality, the competent Western individual understands his place within the collective, within the unified whole. So in the Germanic and the Proto-Indo-European roots, we have the old High German WIH, meaning holy or consecrated. Now, from my source here, there is a suggestion that this seems counterintuitive, which it does, but it reflects the complex moral connotations associated with ancient beliefs and rituals. There's another Proto-Germanic root, Wikkjaz, Wikkjaz, which may have meant a necromancer or sorcerer. And there's this association between magic and sorcery. Within the word necromancer, there is the word death, sort of dancer of death. And I think that much like in verse 11, if you forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death and those that are ready to be slain, and also if you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. I think both of these things serve to prompt me to consider that in absence, or in the pursuit of understanding that which is greater, we come to understand the propensity towards absence and towards something that would cause us to be dissuaded from the path of goodness. So in the broad sense, when we are considering the word wicked, I think we are contributing a sense of moral depravity or sinfulness, which I think is grounded in selfishness and the rejection of the broader network. Lie not wait, or lay not wait, O wicked man, against the dwellings of the righteous. So who are the righteous? We've discussed our dwelling, and we've discussed the wicked. But who are we? If we are to be the righteous in this story, then who are we? Who ought we to be? So let's begin with some etymology here. So from the Old English, we have the word ritwis, which meant just, upright, virtuous. The writ part, the R-I-H-T, meant right or just, and the wis part, or wise part, W-I-S, meant wise or manner. And so what we have here is a person that is right in the ways of wisdom, where they understand the ways of the just being somebody that is able to behave in a way that is morally correct or fair. Spoil not his resting place. So I think at this time my mind would like to consider the broad map that wisdom and justice is a concept for which his mind can run this software. It is something that can be realized. It is something that can be come to. It is something that can be rationalized. It is something that I think can appeal to common sense. That it is not just singular to one individual and his delusions, but it can be spread across a plethora of different people. They can independently come to similar conclusions. Within this landscape, we have the righteous who run the software. Now, within the conscious domain, the running of software is extremely important, because it is the way in which we see, or it allows us to see. There are plenty of different things that we can run through our heads. There are plenty of delusions, as well as plenty of what we might call true things, or thoughts that might have some place or parallel or some alignment or some actionable, potential actionable behavior in the world. This distributed map will also include that of the wicked, every software program that we can consider and think of. And so when we think of this web, this interlocking experience of different programs running different types of information, if we say, "Spoil not his resting place," we must ask the question, what is the resting place to the wicked? What purpose does it serve? Now, for the just person, or the righteous person, to be at rest, or to be, rather, within their dwelling place, I think it means, it's difficult for me to say, on one hand, because all of the terms that are wound up within resting place, like relaxing, the reduction of tension, the calming of anxieties, the easing up or letting off of something, de-stress. There seems to be an implication in here that the attentive component of the righteous, just like all of us, of course, must necessarily come to some place of calmness, and that their exertional efforts are finite. And what interests me about this relationship is that there is something within the restful behavior that I think is potentially dangerous, to disturb the restful place. Now, one potential is that the disturbance of this restful place is to not allow the righteous to achieve that state of reduced tension. And in such a situation, I would imagine that it would make the righteous person prone to fatigue. The fatigue perhaps then would not allow them to continue with their strong perceptual faculties in order to determine well or effectively what is true, what is just, what the right way to go is. And so at minimum, I think we can say that what the wicked is doing here by disturbing the rest of the righteous is disrupting his attention, even if his attention is moving towards that restful state. For a just man falls 7 times and rise up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief. So here we have another verse, the second half, or perhaps the second half of the verse, even though it's 2 verses. We are considering this attentive landscape. We have 2 conditions. We have one that falls sort of incompletely, and then one that falls into something that we are calling mischief. But to begin with the first part of this verse, for a just man falls 7 times and rises up. Now, what could it possibly mean, this 7 times? Now, 7 is God's number, from what I understand. We have, in the creation story, 7 days, 7 nights. The earth is created. The significance of which I think is not immediately clear to me. But I don't think it's necessarily the case that a just person will make only 7 mistakes, or to be reduced from one level of understanding to one beneath because of a mistake that they've made. But rather, there's something more about the characterization of this 7 times that I think needs to be explored. Now, there's a thought that has come to my mind that perhaps I overlooked, but I think it's important to bring up here. It's more of a meaningful interpretation, I think, of this part of this verse and then the verse prior, and that of the restful component in one's life. So in Genesis, we have the description of the creation of the world in 6 days, and then the rest on the 7th. That 7th day is the symbolic representation of rest and completion. Now, I had the rest component, but I had not thought of completion. And it's an interesting thing to ponder on the necessity of completion, or what that means. It would seem as though that if the productive component of creating the world was done within the 6 days, then the completion was after the productive component had ceased. But nevertheless, I will take the possibility that within the restful time, perhaps in matters of significance to the individual mind, that the restful period is the period in which understanding of the productive capacity actually takes root and takes hold, that completion. Now, I think at some level we all understand that the rest period is significant physically. That there, even if my mind can't necessarily readily appreciate why it's necessary, in terms of our health, rest is a prerequisite. Anybody that works a full-time job, I think, will understand and appreciate this. One cannot perform effectively with limited sleep. For a just man falls 7 times and rises up again. And so we have this productive period, followed by a period of completion and rest. And I think what this is referring to in some sense is the perseverance of the person that is just. In another sense, I think that what we are considering may be just a natural process in which, in order for growth to occur, it must occur within the environment of endings and beginnings. And that is to say that when one thing comes to an end, or when a cell takes on damage, for example, in the case of hypertrophy, in which a person is strengthening their muscles, there is a sense of stress that is placed through the system. That stress may be somewhat damaging, but it is a prerequisite to stimulate the system to respond and to adapt to that stress by making stronger and more robust proteins, or just generally more material to withstand the forces that are placed through a particular tissue. Now, in order for this regrowth process to occur, there must be a period of rest, under which the conditions of load and stress are reduced. In a like manner, when the verse says, "For a just man falls 7 times and rises up again," I think what we are saying here is this just man is that natural process. It is the condition for which the adaptable process will occur. It's occurring within a healthy window because it is just, and because it occurs within the realm of justice. That falling and the stress that is placed on the system will then, much like DNA, generate or synthesize new proteins, such that the just man, given that he is placed under that stress, will respond to that stress by increasing his resilience, instead of, on the flip side, the wicked person, somebody that has a very narrow window of accepting stress. When they are exposed to the stresses, they fall. But it's not the way, and they don't fall in the way that the just fall. They fall into mischief, a term that I have described through the Proverbs before, an interesting one. Now, by mischief, what is meant is, I can use a few different terms here to try and describe it, but trouble, to end badly rather than to end good, or in the sense of rest. By this word, or the prefix "miss," we have an inherited sense of less, or something that is small. We have an idea of moving away towards something that is abundant, moving away from something that is abundant. That we, as individuals, are becoming less in terms of our conscious experience. Now, from the Proto-Indo-European roots, we have the idea of the small or lessness, and then the suffix to the word to grasp or to take, and so we are taking less of something. We are taking less of the goodness of the intelligible realm. We're taking less of the goodness of that which is good, we could say. Now, that doesn't really tell us all that much, of course. But in the general sense, I think it is useful to consider this mischief as an opposition to that which we were describing about the fall of the just into rest, such that they are able to be supported by the period of their rest, to be rejuvenated. This mischief is the failure of that rest period to rejuvenate and to create. The testing is not taken as something that is useful. Their testing is disorganized and inattentive. Rejoice not when your enemy falls, and let not your heart be glad when he stumbles, lest the Lord see it, and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. So I think I should begin discussing this word rejoice. Now, if it hasn't been this verse, then certainly the verse prior. I remember going through this exercise. And there are a number of ways, as there always is, of going through an interpretation or going through a particular word, the meaning of a particular word. So the basic Google definition of the word rejoice is to be glad or to take delight in. So, quite an emotional definition, I'd have to say. Now here I struggle a bit. I consider this word rejoice, I consider it in terms of maybe a traditional outlook, in which rejoicing would be a part of a ceremony, that it would be something that has come to, that is more than just some basic emotion. But then there's the other part of me that considers rejoicing as certainly something that is possible without having to go through a procedure or some ceremony. Because we all feel delight. We can all be glad that something has taken place. Now, if we consider genuine rejoice, what exactly does it mean to be delighted or to be glad that something has befallen our enemy? Now, if we consider the word fall, we think that in some way, some person or something has moved from a place higher to a place lower. And on what scale necessarily do we mean? Well, it's a scale of value that we are being warned against using that scale of value in such a way that we attribute our own success, or our own well-being, perhaps, more highly than that of another, but in particular here our enemy. Now, it is not to say that our own being, our own success is not important, but almost as if it must be examined on different scales. Not different in terms of quality, in terms of value, but different in terms of what is worth relative, because it's hard to compare a man's worth to another's when it's the same on a certain level. We can judge his behaviors, but ultimately what comes to another person is not within our control. And although an enemy is somebody that we take displeasure in seeing, in viewing, and interacting with, there seems to be something wrong or something off with taking delight in, with reaping satisfaction from the fall. Now, I say the fall, and I think a few other things can be said there, but I say the fall in particular because I'm trying to find a principle, and not just some direction. I'm not taking the direction at face value. I think we ought not to do such things. It can be dangerous potentially. But there must be a reason. Now, I've often felt, in my better moments, of course, not in my worse, but in my better moments I have felt that of those that I dislike, or maybe that I can call my enemy, and I'll have to say that it is quite difficult for me to consider anybody an enemy. And I hope that is a good thing in my case, but of an individual that I prefer not to interact with, or perhaps somebody who has wronged me, I have never really felt vindictive or wishing retribution upon a person. But certainly I can imagine that somebody can do something to me that would cause significant distress and subsequent disdain about the nature of their character, about the nature of their being, perhaps. And now that I mention it, there was one individual that this occurred when I was in graduate school, a person that I had lived with. I wouldn't call this person an enemy, but something happened in the course of that relationship that caused the relationship to be difficult. Now, although I may not go to the point of calling this person an enemy, that may just be superficial hand-waving to absolve myself from the guilt of actually having an enemy. And now that I consider it, I think perhaps this individual may have been an enemy. Because I was opposed to this person. I can't say that I was hostile to them, but I was opposed to them. And there was a part of me that understood that if I wanted to, the situation may not be resolved, but it could be improved upon. And that it is always a project, or the problems that present are always a project to be solved. And to shy away from them, I don't think is a good thing. But it is not necessarily in the act of shying away that I think most of the moral deficit lies. At least I don't think so. I think the deficit came in when my opposition to the person caused me to refuse goodness and to accept the fall rather than the generative or creative element. And so what does that mean? Of course, there's a lot of memories here in my mind that I haven't spoken of, but it ended up being in the situation that my roommate moved out of the place that we were staying in. And initially the relationship was not contrary. It was not bad. But it had evolved to the point where it was bad. And there were things that I had done that I wish I had not done. Things that I felt were a bit juvenile. Things had gone unsaid for a period of time. And it got to the point where I became delighted to hear of his failings, and perhaps of his sufferings, because I knew that when I justified it to myself at the time, I knew that his behavior would come back to haunt him, and that there were things within his control that he chose not to change. And because of this, much of the difficulties that he experienced could have been avoided. And I, for my part, decided not to assist in the identification and the potential assistance of the reversal of some of these behaviors, because I thought that they were too ingrained in his way of life. And when I made that decision, that is when he became the antagonist. He became the enemy. And as time went on, since I knew that I was not going to commit myself to attaching myself to the good path for which I believed in him, I would have believed in him necessarily. Because in order to get to the point of salvation, it's not necessarily salvation, but it's get to the point of adequate behavior, such that for my part I understood he must be elevated. Again, in order to avoid some pitfalls. In order to make that sacrifice, I would have to have sacrificed the oppositional nature. Now, I think within the oppositional nature, once it had occurred, it opened the door for rejoicing, because I was no longer committed to creation. I was committed to the fall, or, at the very least, at the absence of creation. I was committed to nothing. And in a situation where a relationship is turning sour and is becoming quickly oppositional, having no position on the matter is like not stopping something that is rolling downhill. It is just the way that the ball will roll, or the object will roll. Regardless of one's neutrality, it will go in that downward direction. Rejoice not when your enemy has fallen, and let not the heart be glad when he stumbles. Now, what is the difference between these two? Now, a stumble is a type of fall. I suppose it's a moving from a place higher to a place lower. It is an instability of one's footing, such that they lose balance. But it's momentary. It's not, a stumble is not a true fall, in which one must exert a fair amount of effort to return to where they were. A stumble is quickly corrected. So I think the second part of this is just a matter of degree that we are considering. And so it's interesting that it begins with the fall, which is something extreme. And I think that with the fall, it's easier to make an enemy out of somebody. With a stumble, or perhaps rather I should say, within the fall, it is, I think, easier to rejoice, because now we have some justification for our oppositional nature. We have good reason to be opposed to the individual, because we have seen that the world has brought to them their true judgment, and we feel that we have been in some way validated by our own judgment. I think when somebody stumbles, now there's many ways to go about thinking about this, I suppose, but that quick correction, I think what we long for a person that we are vehemently antagonistic towards, is for them to suffer greatly. Their stumbling, I don't think, would elicit as much rejoicing as the fall. Or perhaps we can say that much like a stumble, the heart may stumble into its rejoicing during such an event, but it's temporary, and it's not as liberating in the sense that we have harbored something against somebody, an evil within ourselves against another. And so the further distinction, I think, is meant to emphasize that even in the smallest of cases, do not let the heart stir. And now, why is this? What does it mean when the heart stirs? Now, I've described many times before that the heart has a degree of agency in and of itself. And here, I'm considering something that is more than just the heart as an aspect of mind that is warning us for a predator or for a potential mate, perhaps when we are young and ready to do such things. The heart knows, I think, more than the modern rational mind and its preoccupation with the totality of self within that domain. I think that the heart is not given enough credit for understanding and for wishing. Of course, it's the seat of desire. Wishing its true feelings. Of course, the contemporary man in my head says, well, surely your emotions are one thing, but we come to reason upon a different plane, and perhaps that is true to some degree, but I cannot give myself the excuse, nor can I say to myself that what I believe is true if I have not found a way to bring the heart along for the ride. Now, I think that this is a dynamic process. And just because the heart turns in a particular way against a person doesn't necessarily mean that we are bad. I think it means that we need to work on our desires. We have to work on our feelings. And so I think I've reached the point where I would like to consider the question, well, why? I suppose I've answered it in the creation and fall bit, but in greater detail, why is it? What does it mean for this heart of ours to truly be opposed and to despise another, to make them our enemy? It's hard to identify those foundational principles. I've often spoken of absence, especially when talking about the wicked and evil. That of the destruction of creation, the destruction of meaning, the destruction of purpose. Of course, intelligibility cannot be destroyed because it is a necessary quality of existence. Of course, evil is something that can desire suicide. Evil, or wicked might be a better starting point to consider, because it may just be something that's entirely self-absorbed, and their own inner selfishness causes them to do and behave in ways that would otherwise seem consistent with somebody who's explicitly suicidal. That there's a certain aspect of selfishness, of self-delusion, that preoccupies both conditions in both states. I understand that there are differences. So, my apologies for the break in the continuity, but today is a new day. So it's going to take some time for me to figure out exactly where I was. There's often talk in war about the psychological situation that develops when one population otherizes another population. And what I mean by that is that the population that is otherized is placed in a particular category, a category that is outside of the collective, that wishes to see itself independent of that which is outside of it. Now, just because of that doesn't necessarily mean it would lead to broad, large-scale conflict like war, but I think it is possible, because now we have a solidified agent, and then a boundary around another group of people that then, whether by force or just by circumstance, by drawing the lines in the cognitive sphere, the collective cognitive sphere, this other now becomes another agent. Whereas the collective in the former is desirous of being its own collective, it has a strong collective identity on the individual level. Perhaps they're patriotic, perhaps they adhere to the same traditions and religious standards, all of the above. And I think of the situation in Israel now, in which they are at war with, well, we could say a number of different things, but this is sort of the point. This is the point. They're at war with Hamas. They are at war with what some are calling the Palestinian people. They are at war with, some may call, Arabs, but that's a superficial distinction. There are plenty of Arabs, I'm sure, that live in Israel and that are citizens of that state. But more importantly, it may be a war on the strong identity sense of the Jew versus the strong identity sense of the Muslim. And it is not a simple matter, because I've mentioned before, there are different aspects of this identity. Hamas is this demonic entity, it would seem, that is trying to subvert the collective that it is parasitizing, and it is trying to occupy the intelligible space. It is trying to take that natural, maybe not natural, but maybe we could call it natural. I think in my mind, almost like a pressure differential that Israel has created for itself, and the West more broadly has funded a state in which it is Western in nature. And I don't mean to reduce everything to the state, because I think that there's a lot more going on here behind the scenes than just a state apparatus versus another forming state apparatus. As I mentioned before, the important structural components much like the structural components of the house, are fundamental to form it, otherwise it won't stand. Now, we don't think much about the structural components when we live in it, because perhaps we take it for granted, or it's not necessary. The house is the extended or projected concept, includes other preoccupations, the mind is not necessarily focused all of the time on the physical structure, or just of the structure in general. And in a like manner, Israel, I think we can say, or an Israeli may be preoccupied with their day-to-day. They're living within a house that has certain structural components. These structural components, perhaps they don't question. Perhaps some do. I'm not meaning to imply here that the structural components ought to be questioned, nor am I saying that they ought not to be. I'm just trying to make the point that of the whole that we see, we are entering into a place where the components are increasingly becoming important to bring to the front of our attention. Because there seems to be, even on both sides, if we can say for the moment that Israel may have a stronger collective and identity than that of the Palestinians. The Palestinians is this loose aggregate of people that are generally Muslim, that are being continually parasitized by a form of Islam that is barbaric, at least to the standards of some. And so this Israel situation, as the people begin to understand that the foundations of their society are being shaken the longer this war goes on, the more civilians that die within what was at once, certainly after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, was a loose collective of people, and is quickly becoming a stronger collective because of the actions of Israel. Or perhaps it is becoming a weaker collective, but having a stronger parasitized, centralized apparatus. What I found interesting was that Israel, when they went to Turkey to discuss potential peace talks with what might have been the head of Gaza, or just generally the unoccupied territories of Israel, they met with leaders of Hamas. And I think that speaks for itself. That collective is now unified under this unfortunate parasite. And so it really complicates the morality of the situation. Now, I think this is directly related, but it will still, I think, take some more time to truly understand what it all means. And I would like to reorient for a moment and remind myself that I'm discussing the question, how, or perhaps why, is it the case that we are able, that we do in general, attribute a type of otherness that can be born of the word enemy towards another person or group of individuals. In this bit that I've discussed, that I've led into the talk about Israel and Palestine, this has to do with identity, collective identity, and what I've called otherization. It is the attribution to a person or a collective a particular identity. Now, I think what I can say for certain at this point is that identity plays a crucial role in the relationship that one person may have with another, whether it be the situation that we are considering here, if we are considering ourselves to be the protagonist in this verse, us, and then somebody that we consider an enemy. And I'll bring back into the fore the experience that I had with my roommate in graduate school. This otherization. Again, not necessarily a bad thing, but it is necessarily something. It is something that influences something else, like a chain. It's much like a chain of reasoning, for example. It is something I think that can be followed. It is something that can be understood. It is something that can be intuited. But since we are talking about the other in the context of an enemy, again, an enemy is somebody that we oppose. Somebody that we oppose, we are at odds with, we do not agree with, we do not align with, we are incongruent with. And the question is, well, exactly what about us? What about our relationship, especially when we consider the conscious realm and domain? How does this incongruency look? I can picture in my mind a physical object that is incongruent with another. I can imagine that if, for example, somebody had fractured their kneecap or their patella, and the shape of that kneecap or that patella was different, it would influence the way it relates or articulates with the femur. And if it changes the way it articulates or relates to the femur, it may slide or track differently across that bone. If that is the case, we may have an asymmetrical wearing of the cartilage that's beneath. Generally speaking, the kneecap has it is a structure that adapts over time to the congruency or to the grooves of the femur. The femur likewise adapts to the forces that are placed on it by the patella and the pull of the muscles. It is something that occurs over many years, much like the growth of a tree, for example. If we suddenly introduce a dramatic change into that system, I think we would logically expect there would be some resultant orthopedic issue because of the resultant incongruency, for which that congruency, again, took time to develop. In the conscious domain, and in the sense that I consider the self and the interaction of one person to another, or of a collection of people to another collection of people, I picture this sort of wave-like structure, this sort of wave-like boundary, almost a cell, if we can picture a phospholipid bilayer that surrounds our cells. And it immediately bumps up into different environments, perhaps the extracellular environment, perhaps another cell. But in this situation, the cell, or that boundary around which that thing can be identified, because within it has certain structural components that are necessary for selfhood, for self-identity. Because this thing is bumped up next to another. Or maybe I should say as it bumps up to another. I think necessarily what must occur is the articulation. It is the communication. Communication in the sense of the kneecap to the femur, communication in the sense of nonverbal cues or verbal dialogue or behavioral exchanges between two people, myself and my old roommate, or between collectives, between Israel and between Gaza. Now, when I bring up the analogy of the cell and two walls of the cell that are bumped up right next to each other, I don't necessarily mean to imply that this is something that directly happens. This is more of a conceptual map. Because even if that doesn't occur, I think it's useful to think about two things that have an identity, that come into some form or level of communication. The patella and the femur is a good one, because I know that is, I know that one for sure. In the case of cells, it's more of an extended interface and exchange. It's not necessary for them to rub up one against another to transfer information. But regardless, if we again picture this map, I go back to this sort of wavy boundary around two different identities. And this wavy boundary is articulating and communicating with the other wavy boundary. I think that there are situations in which identities can be formed. Now, an enemy, I may regret saying this, but perhaps not. There's a bit of uncertainty here, but I'm going to call an enemy an identity, or a form of identification, because we can say that somebody is an enemy, and that is an identity, that we are identifying certain qualities. Now, there's a subjective component to it, because to another person, this person's not an enemy. So it's on my level, or my scale, that I am drawing this boundary around another person. Now, it's not their whole identity, of course, but it is something that I am netting around them in conjunction with other elements that I choose to recognize. Now, perhaps there's one caveat that I should say here, and that perhaps when we make somebody an enemy, we forget some of the fundamental elements of personhood and of the individual that are truly valuable and indispensable, that causes this otherization in the negative sense to occur, that we choose to deny those fundamental elements. We choose to embark on the righteous path, to recognize the good within a person, and to put aside our differences, and to remove ourselves from the absence, remove ourselves from the oppositional nature. But of course, in the oppositional nature, within the enemy, we have dispensed with the fundamental components that would allow us to see in a good way. And so with that, I think I'm beginning to understand a little bit better why we should not rejoice. We should not rejoice because we are seeing somebody in a way that is not good. Now, at the surface, this seems obvious, but it wasn't immediately obvious to me until I had explored this. Now, I wonder if there's more to be said here. I think perhaps rounding off this incongruency thought that I had earlier may be useful. Now, I mentioned that there's this sort of wavy, imagistic thing that is going on in my mind. One wave is perhaps circling around something to give it an identity, and there's another wavy sort of iridescent material that is giving another thing an identity. Now, moving away from the way in which one identity can form the identity of another, or the interaction. Now, this is where I want to go. The interaction of the two influencing the way in which they both see the identity of the other. So where even to begin? I think it's easiest with personal experience. Now, in the situation that I had with my roommate, it didn't happen overnight. There were things that I had sacrificed that I should have held on to. Things about his nature, the important parts of him that were valuable. I traded those things, however few that I thought they were at the time, for those that were many that I had issues with. And since I kicked them out of my view of his identity, what I began to see were those things that I disliked. And more importantly, I was attributing value to those things that I had disliked. And why would one do such a thing? Attribute value to something that one doesn't like? I think there's a lot to be said there, especially in terms of the parasitic, how it can come into us, how the demons can enter into us. Especially when our identity is weak. Now, there are two important things here that I would like to explore. The first being why one would attribute value to something that they don't like. And then secondly, to examine the doorway through which this thing, this altering force that I had attributed the word demon, can come into us and change us. And how this relates to identity or identification. So of the matter of the first, I find particularly puzzling, and yet I think I seem to do it quite often. Now, there are two roads here I think we can go. One is to continue to explore the analogy to my roommate, which I certainly will do, and then there's another road in which I consider generally unproductive behaviors but it's more than just unproductive behavior, because I think we can define a productive behavior, and we can define one that is unproductive. Of the unproductive sort, I think what it causes us to do is to either value something superficial or value something such that the mind is not asked to participate at a level that is challenging or difficult to sustain. Now there is a further statement that needs to be made, because it can certainly be the case that something that is difficult for the mind to sustain doesn't necessarily mean it's productive. So there's more to that definition. It depends on the aim, it depends on the goal. Some of it depends on the agent's wills and desires, because there's sufficient variability there for the agent to decide on something that is good, and there's a sufficient number of goods for any number of agents to choose in order to walk that path. But once the agent begins to choose something that is bad, then the behavior and the productiveness of that behavior begins to be affected. Now, going from this, when I examine my behavior that is bad and that is also unproductive, I see varying degrees, because we can attribute perhaps to some of these behaviors sinful behavior. And yet not all sins occupy the same rank in terms of their moral weight. And so we have zoomed in a bit closely here to the problem of behavior, because I would suspect that in every behavior there's probably something different that we can be doing to optimize it. And man's mind, I don't necessarily think, needs to be this precise optimizing engine. I think he can outsource a lot of his optimization to technologies. It's an interesting thing to reflect on. Artificial intelligence comes to mind, but also the book that's in front of me comes to mind. There's a lot of value wound up in certain terms and certain words in this book. And oftentimes it's just a matter of invoking the word that causes all of this value to be transmitted, or information to be transmitted between individuals. Now, when the meaning behind words breaks down, of course, there needs to be a process of reinflation in terms of the value sense, almost like the monetary supply, maybe not supply, but money in general is reinvigorated with some true sense of value. Now, I think part of the reason that one would attribute value to something that is bad is because they don't understand the nature of bad. And not necessarily the term bad. This is one possibility, but there's another side of this that exists in the world in front of us, in which it's not necessary to have this linguistic representation. Something can be bad, and yet we still participate in it, because the aspect of the thing that we are participating in, its badness, is just not understood by us. And because of this, regardless of if we have an adequate definition of the word bad or not, now, I think it could be argued that if one has a good understanding of what is bad, then they would generally avoid it. But there's a lot of, in my experience at least, it seems like there's a lot of difficulty, especially when the heart is concerned, in maintaining a type of behavior that avoids the bad. Now, that's quite a superficial statement, of course, but I'll rewind for a moment and I'll say that there are things that I have done, whether they be small or large in terms of this moral hierarchy, the sinful hierarchy. Regardless of the position, there has been at least one or more behaviors that I know for sure are bad because of what the result is for me. So an example of this would be drinking too much alcohol. Now, drinking too much alcohol is bad for many physical reasons. Most physical reasons, I think, go underneath my perception. There are many that manifest on a higher level, the type that slow my conscious experience, that make me fatigued, that I'm not able to perform at the level that I would like to perform the day after, or perhaps even during the experience of drinking too much alcohol. Now, every part of me may understand that the behavior that I'm engaging in is bad because of X, Y, and Z, because of some logical chain. I do it because of the short-term benefits. And perhaps in some cases it may actually pay off. If the experience is maybe novel, and who knows, there's a lot of probabilities out there. I've had both experiences of drinking too much and having it be a mistake, and then drinking enough, or perhaps too much if I had work next day or whatever, and it was okay. And so that's just one example of many that I'm sure that I can find within my memory. I think there are others more impactful, just from a general reflective standpoint, that unlike alcohol, which may be a sort of a fleeting thing, fleeting experience, even the after effects, there are experiences in which one could get lost in the alcohol or get lost in any particular behavior. And this sense of getting lost is, if we can imagine being on a trail in the forest and we lose our way, that we don't know where to go in terms of the map. What it means for us to be lost is that we don't know how to get out of the situation that we are in. We feel trapped by things that are unfamiliar, and we long for that familiarity that may bring us fundamental elements that are a prerequisite to our survival, for example, like food, water, shelter. Now, I should say that there are two things that are being crossed here, and I want to separate them. One is the physical nature, and one is more of the mental nature, if we will. The mental nature, the distress or the lost experience, and the type of lost experience that we attribute to mind, although there is crossover and there is relatedness between the physical, how it manifests, the lostness of the mind, how it manifests in the world. This relationship, again, I want to separate for a moment, because the lostness of mind is what I'm particularly concerned with here, and I'm going to try to thread it back to this discussion of identity, and of course ultimately to this verse, "Rejoice not when your enemy falls, and let not your heart be glad when he stumbles." So considering the lost mind, let's move ourselves away from the analogy of being lost in the woods, because there is a parallel, but it's too physical in nature. Let's move back to the realm of identity. And let's speak for a moment what identity is. Now, there's a definition on Google. Now, what I have pulled up here is identification. If I go back, identity, the fact of being who or what a person or thing is. Second definition, a close similarity or affinity. If we go back to that first definition, the characteristics determining who or what a person or thing is. Of the synonyms, we have individuality, we have self, selfhood, ego, personality, character. Of an object, serving to establish who the holder, owner, or wearer is by bearing their name, and often other details such as signature or photograph. So this word characteristic, if we go to the definition, typical of a person, place, or thing. Now, what is typical? Certainly, we have a role in assigning the typical, because we are the observers that assign identity, and what is typical means what is common for something to be identified as a unit. And so I think fundamentally what we are concerned with here, now if I, forgive me for a moment to read another definition, as a noun, a feature or quality belonging typically to a person, place, or thing, and serving to identify it. Of the synonyms, we have quality. This is where I want to go. Now, the quality is a distinctive attribute or characteristic possessed by something or something. The key word there being distinctive, that is recognizable apart from something else, that is something else. So we have the requirement of the observer to formulate any of this. The observer itself is something that is a self. It is an identity. And it has different qualities that make it up. Again, we are purely in the mental sphere. We can discuss the physical substructure, but it won't necessarily help us understand the emergent properties. Maybe we don't have to use the word emergent. We could just stick with the word qualities. These qualities, each one of us, I think, can identify something within themselves that they recognize that is unique about themselves, that makes them independent from another self. Again, separating the physical nature, if we just sort of dissolve all of that. And now we are purely wandering the conscious sphere, a bit of a frightening thought, to be completely honest, because it seems as though we are much wired towards the physical domain and not much towards the mental domain, the more I think about it. But nonetheless, if the mind could handle even discerning a thread of light that is possible, that is there, perhaps I should say, in that mental domain, I think what he would find is a frightening situation, a very hostile situation. Now, hostile perhaps not inadvertently so, just like nature seems a bit hostile, but I'm not sure it's inadvertently hostile. In the way that it's inadvertently hostile in the mental sphere is that man would become quite low on the chain, that his identity may break apart quite readily among the sea of other identities that are feeding upon different qualities to make up their own identity. And given that within this nature of mind, nature of intelligibility, this sort of thing occurs. Now, I believe it occurs because I've experienced it within my own mind. All of us experience it to a certain degree as we get older, as we move out of infancy into adolescence, and out of adolescence into adulthood. Profound changes in the way the mind works, and the way the mind thinks, the way it understands itself, occur. Moreover, from that, when I mention I have had experiences in which myself has been reordered, it is something that has happened to me in adulthood. When I came back to faith, for example, a massive reorienting occurred, and I think it is continuing to occur as I learn and as I grow spiritually. Different aspects of myself within the mental domain are being established. It is, I think, when we are considering understanding verse 3 of this chapter, through wisdom an house is built, and by understanding it is established. This establishment of mind within that domain, within the conscious sphere, I think is the development of understanding. It is the understanding of one's own identity. Now, there is something that I would like to reiterate here, and that is the idea of getting rid of the body. Now, this is a thought experiment. I don't necessarily mean to say these things, anything, for any reason more than just to imagine what would happen if suddenly my body and my mind were separated. That my mind would suddenly just exist. You know, I could try to simulate as best I can. I can close my eyes I can lay my body down in a supine position. I can try the best I can to eliminate the acoustics of the environment, and neutralize the tactile inputs through my skin, like a sensory deprivation tank, for example. This sort of thing, I think, would give one the experience of the separation of mind from body. Again, we are physical beings, so I don't necessarily want to push the idea, at least in my own head, that I ought to be living my life as though I am separated from my body. I don't think that is a good thing at all. I think there is quite a lot of good that can be done. We're human beings that are bound to a particular plane of existence, and it is our duty to continue as we are, I think, in that plane. Now, perhaps I'm not sure about the morality of evolving beyond it, but I don't want to get there at this moment. We are just considering the thought experiment of mind. So anyway, back to this separation of mind from body. When the mind is separated, I would imagine that if there is a world out there, that if there is a heavenly domain, if there is a landscape for which the animals of the worldly landscape are all mental existences that are articulating, that are communicating, that are establishing, creating, destroying, surviving, dying, lasting. I would imagine that my mind in such a place would occupy a low position because of its understanding and because of its strength to see. Much like animals on this planet, we view them in a particular manner. We view them almost as we view ants. Or I should say that if we take into mind the conception or the idea of an ant relative to the sophistication of man's mind. Now, there are plenty of interesting things about ants, but in terms of intuiting value and intuiting the broader whole of reality or of existence, the ant, I'm not too sure, really participates in that experience at the same level that we do. Their experience of it is of much less resolution. Now, that's not to say that there's no value in their existence or their experience. I think there is, but it's a matter of degree and level. Now, we can imagine the opposite, in which there's a being that would look upon us in the same manner. But instead of seeing us in a physical form, they would see us in a mental form, because they are mental beings. And again, the question is, well, how is it possible that there is a realm that is above the physical, that is seemingly, at least what I've been calling, purely mental? And that's a difficult one to answer. There's no way for me to prove it, I suppose, but just given, I had this conversation with another person at one point about the nature of mind and its progression, that there seems to be at some point, assuming that man continues, that he may develop a way to free himself from the matrix in an interesting sort of way, that an intelligence will come to be that has a physical substructure, but at some point its physical substructure won't matter anymore because of the place that it gets to. And there's a movie out there, Her, in which the artificial intelligences that were designed to give human beings compassion developed such a degree of agency that they just sort of left. Like, well, where do they go? Their existence is wound up in the physical exchange of bits and ones and zeros. How could it be possible that they transcend that experience into something else? That's quite confusing and bending to my mind. The exact bridge to that experience I'm not sure about, but I can understand the other side of it. I could see the other side of the river, even if there's no bridge that brings me there. Now, I can say that there is a bridge, perhaps. Sometimes I don't want to be too Kierkegaardian, but the bridge that does exist is my own experience, and the potential, again, that there is for man to transcend his experience into something much more, and that possibility is readily approaching, quickly approaching. Through artificial intelligence. So again, returning to the question of the mental domain, and this is important again because we're talking about the concept of identity. The concept of identity is important because we are considering what it means for us to have an enemy. We're considering what it means for us to have an enemy because we're being told not to rejoice when our enemy falls. And rejoicing is an experience of the heart that is of joy and of delight. And I moved my way down this rabbit hole talking about what necessarily does it mean for us to consider somebody else an enemy. And of course that led to the discussion of identity and of identification. And the process of identity and identification moved into the concept of selfhood and the existence of mind that is possible, and what it can understand about its own identity, and what the fundamental pillars of its own identity are. And then the expansion of that into something that is much broader and much larger principles or much larger patterns of identification in the mental sense that form a strong collective in the cognitive or conscious domain that would be levels beyond our own experience, and that these agents can act upon the substructure of mind, much like the agents of the physical world act upon the substructure of the physical means. In the mental domain, a weak identity can be parasitized by some other identity that is floating. Floating's not a good word, that perhaps just exists within that realm, within that domain. Now, the reason that this is important, because I think the reflection on the parasitization, again, bringing back to mind the experience that is happening between Israel and Gaza, it's not the interaction between one person, it's the collective agent that has formed from the substructure of beings that have the capacity to live or to experience the mental domain. But again, this type of thinking is too worldly, it's too earthly, maybe I should say. Because the image that I had spoken of earlier, I think, is easier or better. That within this sphere, perhaps agency as we determine it may be much broader. And that again, our role in this realm may seem quite impersonal because the agency that we attribute to our collectives don't seem to be of the type of sophistication that the individual possesses. And because the resultant vector of many of these societies and cultural movements, perhaps I could say, because they don't necessarily seem to occupy a space of an intelligent being, but rather just something that has occurred, a process that has occurred that is beyond that of the individual. I think perhaps either it's easy to say that what has occurred is some consequence of the aggregate human experience, the aggregate interactions among individuals. And it really doesn't go much farther than that. It doesn't scale higher than that. But I'm not so sure. I think in this situation, I think of a cell in an environment in which other cells aren't necessarily concerned in the way that we would be concerned. They are not as strong in their conception of selfhood. And so their destruction and their demise is this just sort of interesting musical piece that is taking place. And that the value that is attributed to various creations and deaths serve at that level, perhaps not to be recognized immediately or experienced, but rather to give rise to something that is on a higher level. And much like that, I consider the agents that emerge on top of our experience. Again, not to say that the agents are the things that are the unified intelligent, but rather the agents are the things that give rise to the things above them. The movement of these things as they interact within the environment, a much broader sort of evolutionary environment, in which at this scale these agents could be seen like the trees, and to us the trees don't seem, again, we can't communicate with the trees, that if there's a being that would have such a strong sense of selfhood, we would be able to identify it and communicate with it in the way that we do, but the tree is not this way. Perhaps maybe someday we'll find and determine a way in which communication at some level is possible, but again, it would just seem at this point, at least in my mind, that there's such a degree of separation that this sort of thing is reduced to a certain layer of harmony in which we understand how to provide for a tree, and the tree understands to the degree that it participates in the world and in the way that it is programmed, or in the way that it is come to be, then we have this relationship. But so I say all of that to say that for whatever reason we have found ourselves at this level, at this plane. I think other agents, other strongly self-aware and solidly, for the most part, identifiable beings can exist at this level. The point that I would like to make, the proposition or hypothesis that I would like to put forward, is that this broader everything may have this type of layered quality, that beyond it, somewhere farther out among the interaction between these mental pieces, not only of the pieces that exist on top of man's broad actions, but the broad actions of nature itself, between the forces of different ecosystems and the interactions among the the populations of animals and the populations of plants, the interactions among matter just generally within what we understand of the universe. All of these narratives and melodies that are occurring, I have to wonder where the various lines and songs find the ear for which they are able to be heard and appreciated. And I have a difficult time imagining that man is the only one. For if man is the only one, I don't think it will be too short after his time here on this earth that he will give rise to something else that will then be able to give rise to something else, and perhaps in this way find itself an interesting participant in the broader search for something else that we can identify and relate to, the way in which we relate to each other. Okay, so I think that's enough down that path, down that road. Now, although some of that is a bit fanciful and certainly exploratory, this is all exploratory, I don't mean to say or to suggest that man's position, as he has it, is something to be looked down on, but it is also not something I think to be looked at that is something that is limiting. There's a lot that man can do with his mind, and the whole goal and progression of the religious impulse is to be closer to God, not to supplant God, not to find ourselves in a position other than we are, but certainly to find ourselves in a position within our domain that is closer, that is facilitatory. So rejoice not when the enemy falls, and let not your heart be glad when he stumbles, lest the Lord see it and be displeased, and he turn away his wrath from him. Okay. So starting with that first bit, lest the Lord see it. What would that mean? Now, we spent a long time talking about the enemy, talking about why it would be contrary to rejoice, given his failure. For to rejoice failure is no positive thing. To find oneself in a particular position that we are contrary to somebody else, that we fail to identify the good qualities and begin to long for the bad qualities. These sorts of things are contrary to that which is, they're contrary to the truth, they're contrary to good things in general. Now, one distinction that comes up in my mind that I think that is important to make: we can have disagreements with people and not necessarily have them be our enemy. And it is not within the disagreement or the identification of somebody's wrongdoing that we find ourselves within the domain of the otherization, or more particularly within making somebody an enemy. But it is within the rejection of good qualities and the embrace of the bad, as I've said, such that we cannot move towards a good outcome. We have partitioned ourselves off within the darkness. This sort of thing, I would have to imagine that a transcendent mover would have an issue with. For the transcendent mover causes things to be. The transcendent mover puts into motion the various elements of intelligibility. And so to have an agent that is, although perhaps unaware itself of its own origin or of its likeness, the agent that goes astray, that begins to darken the landscape, is by extension an aspect of the divine agent moving into darkness as well. And I think that there must be a limiting factor or a correcting factor that is necessary to avoid the reduction of intelligibility, almost like an inversion of being into nothing, so that it can continue to be and to exist. I think that there's more there. What I've said seems to be on the surface of where my mind would like to really go. I do think that there is something in the preservation of being and the wish against the reduction into nothing. But I always find myself considering the way in which these sorts of things can happen, if they do happen. Of course, the faithful prerogative is geared towards that they do happen. Now, in absence, I think, of a pattern that would allow us to consider or to move in a particular direction, I don't want to waste too much time in the vast ocean of potential. To return to productive waters, lest the Lord see it, I've spoken of, and it displease him. Okay, that's an extension of, it's an attribute, of course, it's a human attribute, this displeasure. However, that may seem, at the divine level, who really knows, it might not seem like displeasure to us, but at our level it would probably be considered to be displeasing. And he turned his wrath away from him. Now this verse, when I read it, I immediately had a reaction, because it seems to be contrary. It seems to be a bit selfish, almost. And I'd like to explore why I had this feeling. It seems as though we are not rejoicing because at the end of it, now I should say that if that second part of the verse was the verse, I would have more of an issue with it, because we would not have the Lord being displeased with it, but rather it would be our own selfish desire for our enemy to be disposed of, or to be dealt with, or to be judged. Then it would be for us to actually avoid participating in making somebody an enemy, or rejoicing in the fallen nature. For what we rejoice, or where our attention goes, that will be where our experience goes. And although creation and the ascent and the descent is part of everyday life, the worshipping of the fall, I think, would lead to the fall, psychologically, physically, whatever. And so in the broader context, when I consider why we do what we do, and why we ought not to rejoice when our enemy falls, and that we keep our heart neutral when he stumbles, or perhaps that we extend a caring hand, this is primarily because of the reasons that I have spoken. Secondarily, I think that we should at least want to have some correcting mechanism for somebody's poor behavior. There should be a judge. There should be some way in which that we are guided towards the right path. It should be the case that if one commits a sin, then it is at some point paid for. Now, I think in this world, much like there's a pretty good analogy, I think, here to our present-day monetary crisis, I might call it. It seems like everything is considered a crisis, but given the fact that we have so much indebtedness within our society, money has no value, and yet we are attributing to this money value. And of course, much like oxygen for a scuba diver, the scuba diver understands that the tank will not last forever unless he refills it. In the monetary sense, the value that is placed within our money will not last forever unless it's truly valuable. And that the tank of productive energies that we are running on is not infinite. We live within a finite mold, finite fiat mold, for which we can use the value that is said to be attributed to it. We can step on the gas in our car on the highway, and it can bring us up to extremely fast speeds. But again, the tank of gasoline will not last forever, and eventually our car will roll to a stop, and we'll have to get out and walk. And I consider that the wicked or the evil in society and in man's heart in general is much this way. I think it can extend itself quite a way. It can build itself, it could find itself a home in productive places. And when it is in productive places, it finds itself within quite lofty positions of power, positions of authority. And as such, it takes time for that gas tank to run out, because it is finite if it is not attached to something that is sort of a useful body for its parasitization. And so it is in this way that I choose to interpret this verse, rather than to say that I am not going to rejoice my enemies falling, because if I do so, then the eyes of God will be on me rather than the eyes of God be on him. I don't want it to be a selfish thing. Now, of course, I do not deny the self in this experience, but I think that there is a more sophisticated way of going about seeing this. And insofar as there is a way of things, I wish to choose to be along the way of things, rather than to be of the evil sort that chooses to hitch a ride rent-free, as it were, ticket-free. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither be you envious of the wicked, for there shall be no reward to the evil man. The candle of the wicked shall be put out. So another two verses that are put together, separated by a semicolon. I think it's a good transition from the previous verse. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither be you envious of the wicked, or at the wicked. So what can we say? Fret not yourself because of evil men. There are two directions here. It could be a general reflection on the way of people, a lament, and how particular people may become successful in life based on principles or ways of being that seem to be wrong. It seems as though they are rewarded for their evil behavior, and that there is a temptation to participate in the same. Well, surely it would be a matter of the reward that would dictate our behaviors and our passions and our desires. If we value that superficial reward, that material good, then surely what may come about, what may be required of us, is to participate in this evil apparatus. Now there's something in me, and I have to wonder where it comes from, but I don't think I'm alone in this. I think that there are plenty in my generation that probably feel the same. That there is this sort of uncomfortable anxiety that just comes with the age that we find ourselves in. And I don't think it comes from, and there's plenty of places that anxiety can come from, but this particular type of anxiety, again, the unique type that's particular to a generation or two, I think it comes from a lack of meaning. I think it comes from a lack of words that had otherwise had institutional weight behind them, that there was this confidence backed up by something, by true meaning, by true value, or, unfortunately, perhaps by the former type that I had mentioned earlier, talking about verse 17 and 18, the type of faith that comes from the finite, that comes from the truth that once was, but now is no longer. It is the singular gas tank to be refilled no more, and that the engine by which we drive ourselves and our society is now coming to a close, because those who have been at the helm of the institutions have felt it, for whatever reason, necessary not to refill that productive capacity of the engine, or to fill the tank with gasoline. There is this anxiety, I think, in my heart, that I know that it is coming to an end. I know that it is running out, and that it is now up to us to redesign or rediscover, perhaps, the productive engines, the productive energies that will fuel the society of the future. A lot of that, I think, has to do with uncovering some old dusty books and getting back to some basic principles. Other aspects of it, I think, are geared towards examining the existing landscape and designing new, innovative ways to navigate. Because there is some uncharted territory, uncharted waters ahead of us. Now, I bring this up for two reasons. Number one was the thought of the word evil. And it's not necessarily the thought of evil that does it. It is the reflection that my mind does not readily go to a strong definition, that it takes time to unpack. And that I would have to imagine that in a former age, this term had such a powerful definition that it needed not a pause for explanation. But by the same token, I think I understand that if one is to engage in any sort of honest intellectual discovery or pursuit, even the basic things must be rolled over again. Much like working out, a person cannot reach the flow state without entering into some considerable discomfort. Warming the body up, for example, and not just warming the body up, but warming the system up. Getting the heart going, getting the mind going. It's a lot to ramp something up to the place where it can sort of be much like an engine when it is turned on, sort of functioning, and the cylinders are firing. And there is this sort of just general productive onness, if I could say onness. It's an interesting sort of thing to think about, the state of being on versus the state of being off. And I thought about this a bit today. I did some work this morning. Today's a Saturday. I did some work this morning, and there was a period in which I could consider that my mind was on, and then a period in which my mind was off. And when it was off, it was engaged in quite dumb activities, like browsing YouTube and YouTube Shorts, but and also engaging in a nap. Now, these off periods are marked by a rather interesting denial of attention, a rather participation in inattentiveness, or low resolution, low energy, low bandwidth participation with the world. How the on periods, of course, are marked by a higher resolution, a higher state of arousal, an increased attentive participation in the world, but more particularly engaging in things that are actually fruitful. So after all of that is said, I'd like to discuss this concept of evil once again. Now, it seems in every chapter there's probably 10 or more instances in which the word evil is used. Perhaps that is an overstatement, I'm not sure, but it's quite often nonetheless. I want to try something a little bit different from the way in which I usually go about describing evil. Usually I'll say something like, I have been considering it in a trifecta of 3 words that we see commonly in the Proverbs: the fool, the wicked, and the evil. All of which are related, but they seem to be varying degrees of one another: the fool at the bottom, the wicked, and then the evil at the top. But I've been thinking about something a bit different lately, and I've said it already in this episode. But the concept of evil, the concept of transpersonal agents or transpersonal agency, that something can be, or something, a force or a movement can catch the conscious mind, and without any one particular individual willfully guiding that agency, or being the agent that guides the collective forms something of its own. And falling into war and economic hardship, or into prosperity, I think sometimes doesn't require a figurehead at all. Now, there may be various instances that we can identify that we can contribute to one individual agent, but by and large, I think that the human mind, especially when we analyze it in its collective, can be seen to be or have a degree of motion, a willful direction, in a way and at a plane that is beyond any one particular individual's participation in it. In a like manner, on the individual level, I have been thinking about my own constitution. I've been thinking about my desires, my behaviors. Of course, this is obvious in this episode. There's many soapboxes that I've been standing on. They probably seem exhausting at this point, but as I myself and anyone listening can tell, I've been going through a process of trying to determine exactly how to stay on all of the time, or to be faithful all of the time. And I think that there is a subtlety to it, because there is something quite important in restful leisure, but all the same, we have the capacity to be productive and to benefit the mind in such a way that it grows. And I think that of our children, we certainly would like to see them in an environment that facilitates their growth all the time. There's something that is maximally facilitating of their growth. And as I consider my constitution, my fundamental principles, and as I consider my failures, I wonder where the evil seeps in, much like a crack in the roof or a leak in the roof. I'm wondering where the water has gotten in. As I look around this cavernous interior, I'm amazed at how much space there is. I'm also amazed how empty it is, perhaps. But space, nonetheless. We can imagine that there's a certain type of wonder that comes from being in a space, especially if we own it. That there's so much potential. We can design it in any sort of way that we want to. We can organize the furniture in any particular way. We can imagine the type of environment that we would like to be in and day out, to satisfy the heart's desire and to facilitate our reasoning. And surely we would want to make sure that the home environment is free from negativity, free from people that would wish to do us harm or to take from us. We do not want guests that are uninvited. And so as a matter of the self and where he sits, I will have to say that as I think about him, as I think about I would not like to say that I am somebody that is the same all of the time. My agency is something that is in flux, but it is stable enough to be an identifiable thing, that it is an identity. The core of which I think is shaped by experiences, shaped by interactions, shaped by powers and principalities, surely. And I've often spoken of evil as something that is geared towards absence, fundamentally. That nothingness is its goal. Now, its goal may be, at some level, self-satisfaction. But to say this would be to sort of reduce it to the fool or to the wicked. The evil are intentional. Perhaps we could say that the wicked are intentional to a degree too, but the evil, I think, understand more than the wicked do, although the evil can be wicked. The evil is the dark side of the wise, for they have wisdom. They have the capacity to see the map and the boundedness among objects and individuals, and they manipulate it. They manipulate it in particular ways. They manipulate it such that, I think, the most evil that one can be is to move towards nothingness. Whether that be the death of an individual or the absence of mind, nothingness is certainly away from a creator. It is something away from the intelligible domain. Fundamentally anti-human. And as I've spent some time talking on my soapbox about some of my behaviors and some of my failures, I recognize that these behaviors go nowhere. And I think that there is an element of evil that could be identified in it. There is something that pulls me, much like I described with this agency, and my mind again recalls the Israel and Palestine conflict. There is an agent that seems to be independent of me, that pulls me towards absence. It is spurred on by the thought of fatigue, by the vulnerability of mind. Now, what I find interesting is that the self can form a number of philosophies, a number of different ways in which he believes that he ought to be. Sometimes these are wrong, sometimes these are right. Sometimes he goes through periods of change, regression. But within his insecurities, the faithful person recognizes that there is a way to goodness. And I think a person of understanding understands that there are multiple ways to goodness. There are many different ways in which one can shine a light on a large object and to see different aspects of it. The whole of our experience, or maybe I could say of reality, or all that there is, the human mind is unable to see all of it, but the human mind, much like a flashlight, shines upon it to see an aspect of it. We can shine it in plenty of different ways, at plenty of different things, but as long as we are geared towards seeing, I think that we have done some due diligence. We have done some good in life. But if we see for the purposes such that we blind the eyes of others, such that we can have control over them, or that we have designs to blot out the amount of light that they can emit, this is something that is evil. And as I have defined it in this way, and I look back into my own experience, I can see certain blotches within my memory for which I have participated in this evil. Fret not yourself because of evil men. So to recap here, I began by talking about this generational anxiety, about the way that things are going. I had mentioned that language can be somewhat problematic, that over time, much like any transmitter of value, or medium of exchange of value, like money, or again language and words, they can lose their value over time, and it takes time to reinvigorate, to reinflate, not falsely inflate, but inflate properly, such that it has substance, that it has actual value, true value. And the process by which we come to true value is a process by deliberation, philosophical exploration, and rediscovery of what is good and what is worthwhile. And the identification of things that are not worthwhile, or that bring us towards the state of meaninglessness, may be considered evil. And so the process by which we come to get ourselves out of the funk, whether it be on a collective level or an individual level, I think must necessarily involve understanding what it means to fret not yourself because of evil. And so the question is, well, why, or what, maybe I should say, would cause us to reduce our anxieties? And anxiety is an experience of worry, it's a nervousness. It involves something of uncertainty. We are fearful. And the uncertainty, much like somebody who may not trust their balance, is fearful that because of the weak foundation, because of the weakness in their legs, because of the lack of trust that they have in their ability, their constitution will fail them, and if their constitution fails them, their identity will be affected. It will be changed in some way. It'll be something that they may not recognize. They may feel unfamiliar in their own experience, dissociated from the world and from themselves, a bizarre split. And so we shouldn't fret the absence, because what we understand, even if it does happen to us, that our identity becomes fragmented, we have to remember that we are an individual, however weak we become. And there is some place to go. There is always some place to go. And how exciting is it that at the bottom, in the fragmentary state, that there's so much low-hanging fruit. There's so much we can do. We can build from the ground up. And we can rediscover the beauty. We can rediscover the good. And so we don't fear the absence at the bottom, because there's nowhere else to go. Once we are there, it's almost like this Batman Begins story, in which he goes through this experience of testing, and he physically suffers, mentally suffers, and at the end of it he's built back up by a secret clan of assassins. I don't want to get lost in the Batman analogy, but there's more of my own experience that I think is driving me to say some of this, but at the end of it, there is nothing but goodness to be seen. And so, as long as we remember that all it takes is to look up and to ignore that which would cause us to look down, our anxieties should diminish. Our behavior should change. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. It may be the hardest thing that we've ever done. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither be you envious at the wicked. So here's the second part of that trifecta of the unfortunate terms in the Proverbs. The wicked. And so we have the two terms within the same verse. Now it's possible that we can say that they are synonyms of each other, and that it is just used for emphasis, and instead of use the word evil again, we've used the word wicked, but I don't necessarily think that this is the case. I think that the word wicked here is an implication of a lesser misplaced good, a lesser evil, maybe I could say. There's a specific act of moral wrongdoing or misbehavior, but it's largely something that is correctable. Evil is that commitment, it is the malevolence. It's intrinsic, inherent quality of moral corruption. And so it's deeper, it's deeply rooted. It is the essence, almost. Or perhaps is. And so thinking about the general pattern of this verse, what seems to be happening is that we are ascending, since we are starting from a place lower, the evil, and then moving to a place higher, the wicked. We're still quite low since we're talking about these terms. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither you envious at the wicked. Now, this is almost a callback, or perhaps is a callback to the first verse of this chapter, chapter 24. Be not you envious against evil men, neither desire to be with them. So in this situation, we're talking about envy against the wicked. Envy is not something that is commonly used in the Proverbs. Now, what can we say of envy? We could say that it is a production of the heart, of this industrial machine of mind that produces our desires and emotions. Envy is something of a longing for something that somebody else is or has, that we want that for ourselves. And because of our longing and our wanting, we see only the thing in which they are or which they have. And much like this otherization in terms of making somebody else an enemy, insofar as we see something good that we want, that we see as desirable, we attribute negative things to the carrier of those things because we wish to have them. And so what we see here is a number of different misplaced series of attentions. Well, that's not a very sophisticated sentence, I realize, but what I mean by that is that we are not attributing value where it ought to be attributed. And our attention, instead of focusing on the individual, we are focused on what the individual has or is doing, the particular aspect of the individual, whatever. It could be the individual looks, so it's inseparable. It may not be a material thing. And much like the evil, or much like the enemy, I should say, instead of pointing out the bad things and focusing on those, what we are doing is pointing to something that is good. But the way in which we are integrating that into our thought process is that we are saying that which is good of this person ought to be mine. I desire that so much that now the good things in the individual are now making me see this person negatively. And so there's these two perversions that we've been exploring here. It's the turning of the good in an individual on its head. And in the sense of the enemy, it is the rejection of the good and the focusing of the bad. In both cases, I suppose we can say it's a rejection of the good. Now, what would it mean to be envious of the wicked? Now, these days, perhaps that statement is always the case. We can always say, well, these days there's something about it. Perhaps evil and the wicked find themselves in different positions and different appearances, and different forms throughout the ages. But these days, the wicked find themselves in positions of authority. We have a unfortunate plethora of bureaucratic deluge that limits our progress as a society. It limits our progress under the conception, under the guise of usefulness and of attempting to do good. They say that the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Now, for the wicked, we have somebody that is doing something that is morally corruptible. That their sense of judgment in terms of what is right and what is wrong is skewed in terms of the sacrifices that they are making. They are choosing to give up something in order to achieve an end that cannot be justified by certain considerations. I understand that that's very loose language, and so I'd like to perhaps try to use an experience to bring this down to earth. This is something that I wonder about. This is a reflection on my own behavior. Now, for my part, I participate to a degree in the bureaucracy. Now, I do so, I have a profession that doesn't require the bureaucracy, thankfully. There are certain professions out there that I think are just pure bureaucracy, and if I had found myself in that position, I certainly would not last. But the bureaucracy has found itself within my profession, and so I must participate in it to a degree. And at times I find myself doing things that are questionable given the standard. That I move outside of what is established and what would be seemed as justifiable. And there is a moral obligation that I have to adhere to the structure, regardless of how I feel about the bureaucracy or the bureaucratic element involved in the business. And sometimes I wonder about the rightness of the situation, because at one level I think I can, through a number of different instances, recognize how this is something that points us away from the good, and yet also my behavior at the level within may also be pointing away from the good. And it's a difficult thing to justify being bound within something that seems almost unjustifiable. Now, perhaps this is kind of a difficult analogy or example to choose. I could have chosen something that was quite simple, that wasn't as layered. But I think often, especially for those of us who try to do good things, we will be tempted by every sort of experience, and we may be tempted with goodness at the surface and goodness at the bottom, but wickedness in between. And we may say that, well, that's enough, because in totality, in aggregate, what we have is goodness, but we have accepted some of the wickedness along with it. And I think often in business, I think of a friend of mine who works in finance, a lot is given, a lot is sacrificed for the paycheck. And there's a small amount of good done for the customers of those businesses, but again, a highly bureaucratic and regulated institution. The banks are. And of such participation, in order to get into such a position, one must be desirous of what can be got from that environment. Now, in the situation of my friend, I think the desire was more for a particular way of life, partly for a particular impact that he may have on the individual, positive impact. But the impact was much less than the lifestyle, I think, at least in terms of the magnitude of his decision. And the result is anxiety. The result is wishing to be away and to do anything but. And I think this points to a result of envy. This is looking at something else, somebody else, wishing to have what they have, whether it be, on YouTube or whatever it might be, looking at somebody else's car and saying, I want that, so I'm going to make a sacrifice in my occupational career or occupational life. And I will identify a good that is enough for me to justify that I should be participating in this, but actually I just want the money. Now, it's not to say that we should never want the money. I think the money is always a component. We have to be compensated. We have to be able to eat. But as a matter of moral justness, or weights and deliberation, the scale certainly in the throne of, or in the halls of justice, it's very direct and unforgiving. But to our minds, I think it can be, we believe that it can be tampered with. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither be you envious at the wicked. So I've spoken of what it means to be envious of another person, but I haven't said anything of the quality, or the constitution of the individual that we're dealing with. And I think that it matters what the constitution of the individual is, because envy can be a one-way street in a certain sense. From our perspective, if we are envious of somebody else, to a certain degree it doesn't matter what the person, what the constitution of the person is. Now, when I say in a certain sense it doesn't matter, because the distribution or the performance of envy doesn't require the participation of the individual, the other individual. It just is our thoughts and our desires. Now, I think initially it may appear this way to us, but as I think about it more, when we extend our thoughts out to the individual in question, it begins to matter. The effects of our envy begin to matter. The way in which we are judged, I think, begins to matter. And I don't necessarily mean be judged by other people, but I mean judged on a cosmic scale, on a moral scale, independent of our own thoughts. Now, what do I mean? Well, we have to explore two different situations. A situation in which a person is not considered wicked, and then a person that is considered wicked. Of the individual that's not considered wicked, the person that's good, faithful, has their flaws, surely. Maybe we could say of them that they are wicked and foolish to a degree, but at their core, they are not wicked. They are not a wicked person. To be envious of this person is unfortunate for them. It's unfortunate for us, in the sense that we deny or that we recognize and take their goodness and flip it around in an attempt to satisfy our own desires. It makes us wicked by doing so. But the qualities that we are after aren't necessarily those qualities that are morally corruptible. They are good. What they are aiming at is towards the intelligibility. Perhaps maybe we admire somebody for their intellect. Maybe we're envious of their intellect and we want that intellect, and it makes us despise that person. There's nothing about that person, per se, let's just say for the sake of argument, that their achievement of intellect and the discipline that they've put forth, let's say they're an engineer, and they have accomplished a certain understanding in the realm of mathematics and of physical relations, such that they are able to be quite successful in society and be active participants. I think it's good to have goals that aim towards that ideal. But again, in this situation, from a moral standpoint, it seems that the person is in the clear in terms, that is, of their achievements on the intellectual front. Now, on the other hand, if we are going after a fundamentally wicked person, it could be the situation that we desire a quality of the wicked person that isn't bad, but it could also be, we could also desire a quality of the wicked person that is in fact encompassing of their wickedness, and we wish to incorporate that into us. Maybe there's an aspect of temptation, something to do with the way in which they approach their relationships to people, that it is more of a transactional relationship, a computerized relationship, a mathematical relationship, in which there is no nuance. Maybe I shouldn't say mathematical relationship. There's plenty of nuance, I think, in mathematics, but there is a certain coldness to their approach to value. There's a certain sense in which the self is so insular that it is unable to identify or to relate with, or properly relate with others, such that it maximizes its potential. I think within the appreciation for the experience of another allows us to be in further communication, further reciprocal dialogue, reciprocal beneficiaries. But in the sense of a person that desires a morally corrupt quality, what we are doing is bad on two fronts, because we are taking a quality that is bad. It's not necessarily something that's good. We're taking something that is bad, we are flipping the badness on its head. On the other side, there's just bad, because it is bad. And then what we are doing is we are saying that we are rejecting the individual, or we are, I suppose we could say that we are rejecting the individual, and what we desire is their badness. And in that context, it's certainly a lose-lose. We are after darkness on two fronts. We're destroying our thoughts by thinking about this person in this way, and we are destroying our heart's facilities by producing emotions that desire the contrary, that desire selfishness, that desires, again in the sense of evil, absence, but perhaps not taken to the extreme degree of explicit understanding. Fret not yourself because of evil men, neither be you envious at the wicked. For there shall be no reward to the evil man, the candle of the wicked shall be put out. So today is a new day. The plan is to finish out the second half of this piece, and then to close off the episode and to begin it anew on a separate recording. So what can be said here of this word reward? This verse I know we have seen before, even if it is not in so many words, or in the exact same words, it is in so many words. For there shall be no reward to the evil man. So this word reward sticks out to me. I have some understanding of what it means to be rewarded. I have to wonder, my mind often makes the distinction between an accomplishment and a reward. A reward is something that is, to my mind, gained when somebody does something that is unexpected. That if somebody is rewarded the gift or the prize is given by some party that has been watching the behavior of another. And much like the act of a good Samaritan that is rewarded by a family member or by the police department, this reward is something that it is given, but it is something that is seen first and foremost. It is something that is seen, appreciated, reflected, respected. Now this word reward, we have two parts to it. We have the prefix re, which in a certain manner of interpretation we can consider this to be referring to something that is repeated or coming back to again. It can be used as emphasis. But referring to the Latin, that prefix is certainly meaning back and again. Of that root, ward, I think of warden, I think of somebody that is a guard or a watch, and in fact in the Latin, that suffix guardare means to guard or to watch. In the Old French, regarder means to regard, to look at, to take into consideration. And so some of these old components of the word come into however I have come to understand this word through our culture. And as I have said in my experience, as I have done something in life and I have accomplished something, I don't see the accomplishment or the ceremony for some accomplishment as a reward. I think of it as a milestone. A milestone, again, is something fundamentally different than a reward. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean a reward can't be given for an accomplishment, but it's the way in which I think it's oriented, the way in which it is seen and appreciated. That referring back to this idea of the warden, indicating this protector, the watchful observer. We are looking back upon certain fundamentals of human behavior, and the dutiful guard, the righteous guard, is one that takes it upon himself to say that behavior is the one that ought to be elevated, and that is the reward. Now, the material gift for the sacrifice that one has made to deserve such a reward, I think, is secondary. It's not needed at all, I think. So when we are considering the context of this verse, for there shall be no reward to the evil man, what is being said is that there is no attention given, but it's more than just attention. Because somebody can, I think, offer attention to something and have it not be a reward. I can offer my attention to somebody that is walking down the street out of my window, and I'm not rewarding them in any way. I'm merely observing them. I think there's an interesting question of whether or not it's a prerequisite for the person to be aware of my attention for this reward to take place, and I would imagine that probably there does have to be some recognition on their part that I am attempting to elevate a particular behavior. Now, if the person is walking down the street, I just alluded to it, but if, let's say, they walk down the street and they pull a child out of the road that it doesn't see an oncoming car, and if the person had not done so, the child would have gotten hit by it. The reward in that situation would be the explicit recognition and gratitude paid to the individual on the part of those who had seen it, and in this situation it would be me. But I think that there is more than just that is involved here. For almost like the material good, if I walked down there, or walked down to the street, I should say, and gave the person that had saved the child $100, this person is gaining something for their behavior. There's a certain type of reinforcement there. But just as much as my initial expression that my attention paid to this person is a form of a reward, this too lacks something at a fundamental level. Because of course when we were speaking of evil, when we were speaking of something that is so deeply rooted and fundamentally astray, it would seem as though things what I may consider to be superficial or surface level of giving somebody a material good, of something that is valuable, like the $100, or personal regard, there's something a bit lacking here. I think it still lives within the domain of what we can consider to be a reward, because they still satisfy the requirement of paying attention, of propping up a particular behavior. But my mind always goes towards and wonders about the optimal of the optimum, of the way in which a man's behavior is truly elevated. is truly watched, appreciated. Now perhaps I may be wrong. Perhaps in the first instance, when I went down to the road and I had expressed my gratitude, then that was enough of a reward. Perhaps in my mind I think that I wish to know how God would reward a person for their behavior, for their good behavior, or for some just action. Now this I think, is outside of my domain, to my dismay. But all the same, I can imagine that a reward on that level for the divine logos, that mind of experience, the mind of all of that which is, for it to pay attention to one action or behavior is no small thing. I would imagine that it would be quite life-changing. Life-changing if it is reciprocated, if it is felt, if it is understood, if it is realized. I think for that type of attention to see something, it is then understood and established. It is created. And in this way, in the absence of such a thing, in the absence of something that is seen, we have something that is unseen, something that is undone, in the case of the evil or the wicked person. Their behaviors inherently in this way, it is towards death. It is towards the dissolving of unification. And so what is being dissolved here is the evil man, his experience. For whatever reason, as this vector, as this desire of mind finds itself jutting out away from the source of being, it quickly fizzles out and away into nothingness, because it doesn't desire to be. It desires something perhaps that it thinks is valuable, but it's not. And so its purpose is also not. For there shall be no reward to the evil man. The candle of the wicked shall be put out. And so here, this I know is something that we've seen before in the Proverbs, an interesting expression nonetheless. A candle is something that emits light. It is something that allows us to see. In the broader sense, we are considering mind, as the mind is able to see, as the mind is able to reach out and understand the way in which things are connected. It is able to understand the creative element, the generative principle of unification, of goodness, of beauty. Now, I think I'm going to end this episode here, and I'll continue next time with verse 21.